Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our specially called City Council meeting. Today is January 24th, meeting on a slightly different day. It's Wednesday, and hopefully what will be our ongoing schedule as we move forward. Thank you all for coming. I do appreciate it. I think we're going to move right into our agenda. With that being said, I'd like to call the meeting to order 6:40. And with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Owens.
Present.
Council Member of District 1, Ron Davis.
Present.
Council Member of District 2, Dami Oladapo.
Present.
Council Member of District 3, Keisha Jeffcoat.
Present.
Council Member of District 4, Patricia Alk.
Present.
Council Member of District 5, TJ Ferguson.
Present.
And Council Member of District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Thank you. The quorum's here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Davis, would you mind leading us in the invocation, please? Thank you.
Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, we thank you for this day, Father God. We thank you for your grace and mercy, Father God. We pray that your mighty hand touch each and every one of us here, Father God. We pray right now that you guide this council, guide this mayor, Father God, guide this city, Lord, that we will be the best that you would have us to be, Father God, that we will be what you have ordained. So, Father, use us right now, hear us right now as we lift up our plea to you, Father God, for success, for victory, and for everything this city needs. We thank you, we praise you. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman. I ask our Mayor Pro Tem, Keisha Jeffcoat, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, ma'am? If you would stand.
I pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. That takes us to item 5, which is the approval on the agenda. The agenda has been sent to all of the council. The agenda has been sent to all the council. If we entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with an amendment to remove item 9C, resolution establishing committees for effective governance.
A motion has been made. Is it seconded?
Oh, I second.
Hearing a second, we'll call to vote. All those in favor of removing, removing item 9C, resolution for establishing committees for effective government, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Hearing the nays have it, we will move forward with the agenda as it is. With that being said, we will move to item 6, which is the consent agenda. The items that are on the consent agenda are listed A, B, C, D, and E. With that said, is there any conversation or issue around item 6? Hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Our consent agenda has been approved. With that, Madam Clerk, they'll take us to item number 7, which is public comment. Do you have any public comment cards?
Yes, I have quite a few tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Unless the mayor waives this, there is a 30-minute overall time limit, but each speaker has 2 minutes, and Remember, it's not question and answer session because this is a business meeting. We have to vote on business items of the city. We can't go back and forth with conversation. And the first one is Joe Lohman, and he or she is District 1. She. Oh, yes, the library.
Good evening. My name is Joe Lehman, and I'm Regional Manager for the South Cobb Region of the Public Library System. South Cobb Region consists of 5 branches: Vinings, Lewis, Ray, South Cobb, Powder Springs, and Sweetwater. Tonight I want to give a shout out to the library. The Georgia Public Library Service is pleased to announce the recipients of the 2023 Georgia Public Library Awards, which honors public libraries and their champions who have made a profound difference in their communities. Award winners are selected from nominations submitted by library patrons, trustees, friends of library groups, and staff, showcasing the best and brightest who have served in the public libraries throughout the state. Cobb County Public Library System has been recognized as Library of the Year for 2023 for its commitment to serving its community. Thank you. And by partnering with numerous organizations within the county and statewide, and for efforts to expand access to materials, essential services to its community. This, one comment, this library has always been a safe haven and refuge for some of the confusing things about growing up, said Jesse Quinton, a 15-year library patron. The library staff and other patrons have always been very respectful and helpful of my desire to learn, and I've grown here in ways that might not have been able to if it wasn't for this resource. Some of the unique things that the library has done are books by mail, fall prevention, public library access for student success, that's a pass account. And the library also partnered with the Georgia Food Program, and we served over 11,000 children in branches during the pandemic, and that has continued. And we also partnered with Vision to Learn, which has provided more than 2,100 eye exams and 1,400 pairs of glasses to Cobb County children for free through on-site mobile vision clinics and library branches. And that's only just the tip of the iceberg. We want to say thank you to all of you who wrote letters, who sent texts, and everything like that. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Clark, District 2, and after Rebecca Clark is Peggy Hines, District 6, if she wants to be closer to the podium. Rebecca Clark.
My name is Rebecca Clark, and my husband and I bought a house in Mableton in 1997, and we absolutely love Mableton. Concerning the South Cobb Library as a meeting location that was discussed, I think it was in the last meeting, whether the location works out or not, I'm glad the suggestion was brought to the meeting. I didn't like the tone of the discussion. It seemed like a tense discussion and maybe a dread because some questions had already been asked and answered. But even if the answers had already been decided before the meeting, it was responsible and respectful of the council person to bring her constituents' suggestion to the public forum so we could all hear the discussion you all apparently had before the meeting. So we could all understand how you all came to or will come to whatever the decision is. That council person is not over my district, but it's nice to see that she is engaging with and listening to the people she represents and speaking for them, win or lose. I hope all the council persons plan to engage with those they represent and speak up for us on matters that we care about as well. Thank you.
Peggy Hines, District 6.
My name is Peggy Hines. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am from District 6, and I am requesting that you have some of the council meetings at the Mableton Library. I have spoken with some of my neighbors, and whereas they would not come to Riverside, they would come to the Mableton Library for meetings, and I appreciate you considering my request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Denny Wilson of District 2, and following Denny will be Monique Lester.
Denny Wilson, District 2. I received the agenda the other day, and thank you, Susan, for the great job that you do in getting that agenda out to everyone.
Thank you.
And for the first time, I was able to just scroll down through it to see what the agenda items were. And I came across the mayor's resolution to set up committees that I know goes against what the charter states. The charter states in 3.1, page 28, that boards, commissions, and authorities fulfill investigative, quasi-judicial, and quasi-legislative functions. If the mayoral committee fulfills investigative functions, then they fall under the definition of being a board, commission, or authority, and therefore they must follow as prescribed in the charter under Section 311, which states, each board, commission, or authority shall consist of 7 members, with 1 member being appointed by each member of the city council and the mayor. Members appointed by the mayor may reside anywhere within the corporate limits of the city, but a member appointed by a council member should reside within the district of the council member who appointed such member. And under 311G, members of the commission, board, and authority can be removed at will by a vote of 4 council members. They are not to be removed at will by any sole person. Page 1 of 3, bottom of the page on the agenda reads, whereas the resolution is enacted to safeguard and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of the city. The topics for the mayor's mayoral committees mentioned in the resolution are for transit, community health, strategic initiatives, technologies, and innovations, which are all services that affect constituents' quality of life. And that would not fall under a committee, it would fall under a commission, and therefore should have representation appointees from all districts of the city. The council took an oath to uphold the charter, and the charter defines the function of commission, boards, and authorities, and the resolution actually describes committees that would actually function as commission. And this resolution is in violation of the charter, because this will be functioning as a commission and not a committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monique Lester, there's not a district here, but you can, 2.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Owens.
Good evening.
City council members. First, I'm from District 2, which is Riverside, and I understand that people don't want to meet in this area. It's got some problems. And if you come up and down the street, you can see it. So one of my problems is the apartment complexes out here on Riverside Parkway. Meaning the care of the property. You got $300,000 homes across the street from apartments that are not taken care of. I don't understand that. I just don't. I don't have a lot to say, but I just want you all to really look around as you all sit back right now, and I know y'all have a lot on y'all plate, but consider these apartments, because if something is not done, a lot of people are going to be homeless because they're going to shut them down, because they're not going to pass inspections. They're not. They got broken windows. I ain't never seen apartments have broken windows for 2-3 months. Come on. Why they not being fixed? And we paying thousands of dollars to rent them. I understand that. So I mean, we talked to the management. I want to get together with the owners. I want to know what their plans are for this property, or for these properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Trent Walker of District 2, and following Trent is Selena Alexander.
Good afternoon,
Good
City
afternoon.
Council and everybody. I was wanting to speak about rental assistance because I'm looking forward to getting somebody to help me to pay the rent and everything because I done got on a little bind because of my car tore up and I'm a single parent. I stay by myself and everything, and I was wanting to get some information about the rental assistance. And that'd be it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Selena Alexander.
Hi, my name is Selena Alexander. So I'm here because I want to speak about putting in place long-term solutions to protect renters, because we're tired of seeing minorities in eviction court. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, right? And, excuse me, I'm getting over a bug, but, and then I'm having to, support renters in Cobb County Magistrate Court, against, evictions. So the bottom line is, we wanna see what we can do to see why is it that we have a courtroom full of Black and brown minorities that's being displaced. I mean, that's the elephant in the room. We need to talk about it. I don't know if, we could do another forum, whatever, but that's my stance on it. Like, we need to see how can we fix this? I mean, we know we're not gonna abolish it. We know eviction is just that, but we just wanna know how can we prevent it? What are preventative measures we can do or put in place to, so people won't be homeless? Because sometimes you can go to a landlord, they'll work with some people, but they won't work with the minority. So we're just trying to figure out how we can address the elephant in the room. So that's it.
Thank you.
Jasmine Bondridge, or Bondrag. Sorry, I can't read one word in there. And I didn't get your district, it's not here.
It's two.
Two, okay.
I'm one of the ones that was in eviction court. I didn't understand what was going on in court, so I just signed just to get out of there and for me to have somewhere to stay. I applied for rental assistance and I'm waiting on that, but I don't think it's gonna be here in time before they decide to throw me out. So I wanna know what I could do to fix this situation before it happens. That's it.
Thank you.
And, thank you. Angela Wynn, District 2, and following Angela is Monica Delancey.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor Owens and all the commissioners. I'm just here to piggyback on rental assistance. I'm just hoping for a better productive year, that we can come up with some common grounds to fix these problems that we have, rental assistance. I know everything ain't gonna be fixed, but look like the landlords, the meet all the tenants halfway, not go up, and let's just, if they can, go down, because it's not easy. It's nothing easy out there, and nothing getting better. No, I don't know what they're doing behind closed doors, anyone, but I think for the most part, for myself, if I knew someone was working on something, I would feel much better than, people calling and asking, have you heard anything? And I think for the most part, to also engage and coming still to the meeting, regardless if we don't hear anything from you guys during the meeting, I think that we still need to come and just participate. If we don't have to speak every time, but at least come in and just listen. And maybe we, learn something, or which way we need to go, or which direction. Maybe someone can tell us what to do. So I'm just hoping for a better year than last year. I know this is new, but I'm still hoping that things get better than worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Delancey, District 2.
Good evening. First I wanted to speak on, because I looked at their agenda, and I didn't see this on here, but Cobb County adopted Chapter 18, Section 18364, 18-368, that states that all properties must be inspected, multifamily properties must be inspected before being allowed to be issued a business license. 100% of the exterior, 25% of the properties that's interior. So when we talk about exterior, we're talking about the broken windows, the boarded up vacant apartments. The apartments, there are 3 apartment complexes on Riverside Parkway that boast of $110 million in asset, but are refusing to fix windows, okay? And so as you're looking at awarding business licenses, right, because I saw that was on your agenda, we need to know how you're going to address the business license for these properties when you have to meet this code. And did you adopt this code for the city of Mableton? We do know it's for Cobb County, but if you adopt it for the city of Mableton, then those business licenses that's going to be issued, because it says starting 2024, it needs to be really, truly addressed. Not just we're going to work on it, we're going to get to it, and then the property manager that you visit with quit because she knew nobody was going to get to it, so she removed herself out of the way. See, this is what's happening. And then they're going to flip it again, or change management companies. This is what's happening on these properties. So if you truly, truly care about residents of Mableton, like I said, majority of District 2 is renters, followed by District 6. Majority, then you know the Atlanta Journal-Constitution already released their report about dangerous dwellings, and I still have not seen anything being addressed by a task force to address this. But we're moving on as business as usual, because you're overlooking it, because majority of these apartment complexes are occupied by Black and brown residents. So that may be why you're not even trying to address the issue. But again, we're here to keep our foot on the gas, to let you know we're not playing no games. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I do not have any more cards, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we will close our public comment, and we'll move on to our first matter of old business, which is the second read for the ordinance that establishes our 2024 regular meeting schedule. This obviously came before us before because it is an ordinance which requires 2 reads before it can be passed. So at this meeting, the goal is to have discussion and then move forward with a vote on this measure. The packet is the same as it was before. It lays out the meeting schedule as well as the meeting location for each one of these. It also does have provision in for a work session or work sessions they're plugged in, but I think we've said that they will have to be noticed as well. So they will be on an as-needed basis, but we did want to make sure we plug those work sessions in so we'd have those opportunities to have the additional comments and discussions around city business as necessary. So with that said, I will take a point of privilege just to say that when looking at the schedule, it's been well documented as to we landed on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of every month. That is reflected in the schedule, as well as the location of being Riverside Epicenter. We hear voices loud and clear about wanting to have a centralized location. That was part of the actual evaluation that we took, and when making considerations as to where not only where we've been having our meetings at, but where we would have meetings at least for the remainder of this year. Our ultimate goal, obviously, is to have a city hall in the center part of the city for the next 100 years, to have centralized location for our meetings. However, what we have to look at right now is the important aspect of being able to have a facility that can meet the needs of our city council meetings. And that's not saying town halls, that's not talking about interest meetings or small group meetings or commission meetings. That is talking about city council meetings and where there are specific needs, where we brought that up before. We've talked about AV, whether it's audio visual, where it's about having the space and the dates available, about having security in place. And when looking at that assessment between the South Cobb Regional Library, the South Cobb Community Center, and the Epicenter, it was left with no doubt in my mind that the Epicenter, while not central, does provide all of the essentials that we need for city council meetings at this time. It is true that there was a cost associated with it, but I will tell you there's no location is free, because there's trade-offs with each and every one of these. The audio-visual that we have now is largely not as expensive as it would be if we went to another facility where they didn't have the audio-visual aspects, and so that would drive up those costs. And then I think secondly is availability. And then there's been discussions about what locations are available, when and where, and the simple aspect of it is that the library nor the South Cobb Community Center are available at the times and dates that we're going to need throughout the course of this year on a consistent basis, especially with the fact that this is an election year. It's going to be potentially 5 different elections this year, and in every single election there's 21 days of early voting. So if you look at that calendar, and I encourage you all to take a look at the calendars from the South Cobb Regional Library as well as the Community Center, and you will not find a plethora of dates that allows us to have a consistent meeting on every Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, every second and fourth Wednesday of the year. You just won't find that. And then coupled with the cost and the ease and feasibility. Now, for people who do not feel comfortable coming to this part of town, I can only say to you that there is security in the back. There's security at every single meeting that we have by Cobb PD and or the Sheriff's Office. There's also on-site security at this facility, which none of the other facilities have. And they always make sure, no matter how late it is, they remain here with us throughout that duration. So that's all I have to say about that business. I would like to open the floor for other comments before we move forward to entertain a motion for a vote.
Mayor, as I said last time we met, I love everything about the schedule, cool with it, except for the fact that we have a meeting on February 14th. And I'm a married man and I need to be somewhere else that day.
Oh. That is an item for discussion that I will allow your fellow council members to take up. I am not speaking on anybody's behalf when it comes to that date in particular. Any other discussion?
No.
Yeah, I want to make just 2 comments. As far as the city hall, you know, how long in the future is that going to be? When will we expect to have centralized meetings? Is that ever going to be a discussion we have, or is it the default it will always be here at the beautiful Epicenter? It's a wonderful place. It's just not central.
Yep.
Not central to the city. Can you guys hear me okay? I'll bring it closer. Hold on. Okay. Maybe, is it working?
They need to turn it up.
It's just not working. Sorry, guys. I'm doing what I can. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. It does. I don't know. It may just sound like me. Okay.
Turn it back up.
My comment was in regards to, obviously, the city hall is many years in the future. You look at cities like Brookhaven, it's a 12-year-old city. They're just now breaking ground on their brand new city hall. Are we going to be expecting to not have a centralized location for the next, however long that would take? It's just something I would hope that would be in consideration. The other thing I wanted to ask was about our agenda packet as far as the schedule. Is that something we will have a date to when people can anticipate to know what the agenda is for these meeting schedules?
On the first one, I think, just turn it off. I think And Councilwoman Ogg, it may have actually been one meeting that you were not here, but we had this, Councilwoman Herndon asked the same question, and we said, absolutely, in 2025, we will reconsider, or later 2024 to reconsider all the available options that we may have throughout the city of Mableton, obviously looking for a centralized place. I also think that we will find ourselves in a remarkably different situation next year where we will actually have in-house staff that can do some of the things. We may have our own AV equipment, which will allow us to also, not just for city council meetings, but for events that the city may have and other meetings to allow us to be able to go into areas that we simply can't go into right now and keep the same level of quality. So absolutely, I'm expecting that we will reevaluate and take a look at all the different facilities that may exist and reassess them and make another decision as we go into next year. This agreement does not take us, as you know, in the plan, does not take us past this year. Okay.
Can you address the agenda packet date? Is that something we will add to the schedule? I know on the Cobb County schedule they have, when the agenda packet.
I think that's an item for discussion we'll place in front of all of us and put some, now that we have standardized dates in, we can then back up from there and go, well, when will we have this packet? When will we have this? Now that we actually know when those dates will be, it will allow us to be able to do that. And hopefully that's where our attorney and clerk will help us in that matter as well.
I actually just had a quick comment. I know that when it's said that there are certain people from certain areas that don't feel comfortable coming into this area, while I understand that it can insinuate, certain things, and that may be the truth for some, but what I'm hearing from my constituents is that it's difficult for them to drive in the dark, and with the meetings ending as late as it does, trying to get back home in the dark. So they feel better being in an area that they're a little bit more familiar with and where the drive is not as long, so that they can get home, to the meetings. And I know personally, my vision is not the same when I'm driving home at night. So that's part of the reason. And so I have questioned whether we would be able to maybe have meetings in both locations. Have some here at the epicenter and then some at the library, so that we can accommodate those constituents that do have a problem in whatever form driving all the way here. And so I guess I posed the question because I don't think I really ever asked you if that would be, because we're looking at all or none, but I'm wondering if we can do a little of both. Is that something that would be feasible?
I think my response to that would be consistency is key to when we're having our meetings. When the next thing we want to start talking about doing is driving more people to come to our meetings, and when people know that the second and fourth Wednesday it's going to be here, it allows us to start driving more people to the actual meeting. So that's kind of the first comment around that. The other one was, sorry, I lost.
No, I was just wondering if it was a possible, I'm not talking about changing the changing the dates, but if there's availability at the library on the second or fourth Wednesday, that we can actually have a date. Is it possible to maybe schedule it there sometimes to accommodate other constituents?
So here's what we have to do and we can't lose sight of. When we are, especially we're planning for the whole year, no matter where we go, people or whatever facility we have, there's a contract associated with that, right, of some sort. So we can't be, well, maybe here this time, maybe here that time. There has to be a contractual element to be able to secure the space, right? No matter where that is, we have to secure that. Regardless of what the financial amount is, you have to enter into an agreement to secure that. And I will say this, though, as far as accessibility, we've streamed online and had cameras every single meeting, every meeting. So it's not just folks who don't want to drive or don't feel comfortable driving, but some people that can't drive, right? So it's imperative that we have a facility that we can stream with quality, because if we move somewhere and it's less, then we're going to get complaints from those people who absolutely cannot physically make it to a meeting. So I do not want to lose that capability. And then lastly, I will say, we are talking about city council meetings, and we understand how important this is where we conduct our city business. But this will not be the only meetings that the city will have, right? I mean, when we talk about our commissions and our boards and our authorities, our steering committees, every one of those will be at different locations. And my hope is that since the demand, the criteria that we have for our city council meetings are not as high for some of the other meetings, that we'll be able to utilize some of those other spaces. As a matter of fact, we've already secured a couple of places in February, later this month, or later next month. We've already secured locations at the library and the community center. So we're proactively going to be having meetings at other places. So it's not a all or nothing. Any other discussion? Anyone else? Hearing no discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the ordinance establishing a year 2024 regular meeting schedule.
I would like to motion to approve the ordinance of establishing a year 2024 regular meeting schedule.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Having been motioned and seconded, I'd like to call to question the vote. All in favor of establishing the ordinance for year 2024 regular meeting schedule, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you all. We have approved this read of our ordinance. I think in just closing that out, we will start promoting that and pushing it forward so everyone knows when our meetings are going to be. We'll take the provisional tag off, and so this will be our set schedule. Everyone set your calendars. We now know where we're going to be and when we're going to be. Great.
And I would just add to that it will be on our website.
Yeah.
And you will see all of the, our schedule will now be able to be on our website. And you will see on mableton.gov our schedule that's set, where it's going to be, so you can plan accordingly, as well as any other upcoming events that we are going to have. They will be on our website. Again, mableton.gov. I'm not going to be there. But
Can we have a timeline of when the, as far as the schedule, as far as agendas, or having some kind of procedural element in place on how agenda items are added? Right now, the agenda has been set by the mayor for every single meeting. There hasn't been any contribution to the agenda from council members. So I would hope going forward, we will have something in place to have on the schedule when we can submit our agenda items, and the public also know when they can access the agenda.
Good point. I think that was your last point as well, right? So we will get with our clerk and our attorney, and we'll make sure that that becomes an item for discussion, because we need to discuss that as a committee to ensure that we're putting those dates around there accordingly. So yes, the answer is we will do that. All right, moving on to item number 9, which is new business. The first item of new business is a resolution to approve intergovernmental agreement with Cobb County for zoning verifications. This is tightly coupled with our issuance of business licenses and working with the county diligently on how we're making this process work. As I've mentioned before, is that not only are we a new city, Cobb County is in a very new position of working to transition a new city. So, there's been lots of meetings and discussions with the county about how they had previously issued business licenses, which is not exactly the same way that we are. And we've had to do some splitting of the work, so to say. But Madam Attorney, I'll let you go into the details about the IGA and why we specifically need to have it as it relates to our business licenses and us moving forward as a city.
Yes, so Mayor and Council, this particular item is associated, as the Mayor indicated, with a major milestone with respect to your transition and your incorporation. The city has been in existence, you're still an infant, 7 months. And to prepare you to get to this point, obviously, training, retreats, discussions that then materialized into ordinance drafting, vetting those ordinances, determining that, okay, this is a major source of revenue for the city. So a decision had to be made. Is the city going to go after this source of revenue before the next accrual date, which would, of course, be January 1st, 2024, or is the city going to let this source of revenue pass? The implication of letting it pass would mean that it would still be paid by businesses, but it would be distributed countywide versus specific and influxed on the city of Mableton. So that is one of the reasons why at the planning retreat, if you recall, the city prioritized getting this process implemented. And over the past several months, you've vetted the ordinances. We've met numerous times with the county, in-person, Teams meetings. So we've been able to, as a result of those ordinances, the meetings, we've been able to contract with a licensing software, facilitate the transition of records, of historical records and documentation and data for approximately 4,000 businesses within the city of Mableton, to have that data transferred from the county in a usable form that the city can use to import that data, process it, and then transfer that processing to a form that is usable for the licensing vendor to set up credit card payments, merchant accounts, to finalize the payment structures. So all of that has culminated in you being able to move forward and ensure that this money stays within the city of Mableton. So this week, you did open your licensing software. You are now servicing 4,000 businesses. They are filing business applications. We've issued license today, and license will be issued. And pursuant to the authority that was granted to the mayor by the city council, the mayor has waived, obviously, licensing fees and penalties for the month of January, and the council did give the mayor the authority to do that through March. So I will be discussing that with the mayor in the near future as to his intent as far as February as well as March. But in those meetings and collaborations with the county, one of the things that we were searching for was a more cost-effective and efficient approach to get zoning materials and data from the county. And that is because you have not yet transitioned zoning. The zoning transition will come in the coming months as you review zoning, the comprehensive plan, just your shared vision for just the planning for the city of Mableton, and you will have intense discussions, retreats, and that's actually one of the agenda items that's on the agenda, just initiating the next leg and moving forward with the zoning component. But one of the things that we realized in meeting with the county is that the county charges $100 for zoning confirmations. So we were able to freely get those zoning confirmations, but we were able to negotiate with the county and get them to agree to lower the costs with respect to the issuance of licenses. So they have agreed to charge $25. The city of Mableton will pay that fee versus the residents, versus the businesses paying that fee. And that's just for new applications. And this agreement, if you approve it, will allow us to have those reduced costs for businesses and have that greater efficiency, because we can then collect for the residents who actually need those zoning verifications, give that to the county. They've assured us that they'll give a prompt turnaround, and it'll just help us better facilitate and expedite the administration of your business licensing. So the request is for your consent to approve the resolution and give the mayor the ability to sign and execute the agreement. And just speaking to the agenda, I would just like everyone to take into consideration that the city of Mableton does not have a stability luxury that other cities has. And by stability luxury, I mean the luxury of having time-driven and proven processes in place that you're able to just rely on weekly to put out materials. For example, this particular item, we were negotiating with the county. We've been in discussions with the county for this particular topic for at least the last month, and we didn't receive this particular document in a form that the county was agreeable to until Thursday. So that means that if we would have put out an agenda, it would not have had this document on it. There's additional documentation that Susan received from insurance and other vendors that we didn't get until very late into the beginning of the week. So we are scheduling these meetings because we are anticipating that we will be able to work with these entities so that they can help us produce the documentation that we anticipate and that we need in time for the meeting. But that is one of the reasons why the agendas for Mableton will not have a level of consistency for a while, because obviously, we're subject to the mercy and grace of the county with respect to zoning because we have not transitioned zoning yet. And that means that Mableton doesn't have the authority to tell the county, this is what you're going to do or this is what you're not going to do. And the county has been gracious. They worked with us on this issue and they did produce a product that we were able to finalize on Thursday. So that's just one of the reasons why the agenda was kind of late. And then as soon as we were able to finalize, I was able to get the information from Susan. I then forwarded all of this to the mayor on Friday, and then he reviewed, and then of course we were able to get the agenda in a form to publish by Sunday.
Yeah.
So the recommendation is approval, and if you have any questions, I can answer those.
And I want to add some clarity to one thing too, is that as we work with the county to transition this business license process, is that my goal was that this is least incumbent on the existing businesses as possible. We want to make it as easy for businesses to do business in this city as absolutely possible. And it comes from paperwork and definitely from a financial standpoint. So when we found out that there was basically going to be a $100 fee, if you will, for every business that was going to be open in the city through the process, because having to go back to the county to get that zoning check done, it was something that I didn't feel at all that was right for us to do. We want to again make it as easy for people to do business in the city as possible, and I'm happy that the county turned around and basically cut that by 75% in order for us to be able to provide business licenses.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to make note of that. Anyone have any discussion on this matter?
Okay, I do have a question. With respect to zoning for Mableton, you know, since we're working with the county, I've heard a lot of commentary on the fact that it seems as though Cobb County is kind of building out Mableton for us, you know, and so we haven't had any say in a lot of, you know, the homes that are being built, the, you know, businesses that are going up. So I'm just wondering, as far as zoning is concerned, will we have any right to say, let's hold on this project because the city wants to go in another direction, or are we kind of subject to whatever Cobb County has already established within the Mableton city limits?
So as far as having the right, you do have the right. Today, you could provide a notice to the county saying that we're going to exercise that right. But the problem is that there is a substantial, I'm not going to call it a burden, but I will say there is a substantial amount of activity that would come with that responsibility. And the reason being is that the city of Mableton, I mean, we're talking about over 100 years of records of zoning conditions, and Cobb County has not incorporated a city in nobody's lifetime in this room. So that means that there's no processes that they have set in place to use as guidance, or no new contemporary processes. So they will be doing this for the first time. I did assist with transitioning a very similar situation. It was the largest city in Fulton County, and we transitioned the zoning department for that city. I headed and facilitated with that transition, and I will tell you, we're talking about to bring documents to my office, to bring documents to City Hall, it required trucks. I mean, thousands and hundreds of thousands of pages of documentation. So for you to realistically and legitimately take control over zoning, it's going to require a lot of organization to get 100 years of documentation in a place where if a petition comes to you, you can easily say, okay, these are the conditions, this is what we're going to review. Right now, the county has a process in place where they're fairly efficient at being able to immediately go to that data. So my guess is that with about 4 months of a lot of hard work, and that hard work will include personnel And you do have, you did envision that earlier during your planning retreat, and you do have requests for you do have solicitations for assistance, like your zoning director, your business license specialist, code enforcement. So you are in the process of getting that personnel in place. So I do think from a realistic standpoint, so from a technical standpoint, you can take responsibility now. But I think from a realistic standpoint, probably in about 4 months, you'll be in a way better position. And the downside of that is that within that 4-month period, you will be at the discretion of the county and what they decide to ultimately do with respect to zoning.
I would add to say that we are continually moving in that direction to be able to do that. Obviously, staffing and being able to hire people was key. And we've got the spending plan approved. We got through the initial benefits package that we can now offer. Actually will go into place February 1st, so we can actually go out and hire people. As you said, I did make the request to Cobb County that we wanted all those records digitized and on a hard drive sent over to us. That probably won't happen. So there will be a lot of work to go through. And as you said, I mean, there's 100 years of knowledge that Cobb has in this. So we want to make sure that we do what we can. But as we look through creating the comprehensive plan, which is on the agenda today, looking at standing up our planning commission, which is one of those requirements. Getting trained in planning and zoning is one of those. We have reached out to GMA specifically to be a host city for the next round of planning and zoning training, where we can literally host not only ourselves, but also other cities that want to come up to speed with the latest planning and zoning. So all these things are in an effort to move us at a crisp pace to be able to take over planning and zoning. In that interim, I will, and I know others have already, find out what's going on and use your voice, especially if it's in your district. Use your voice as a council person to speak out on behalf of your constituents about what you want to see or don't want to see in there. We still have a commissioner who's obviously very active, Commissioner Monique Sheffield. I think everybody has her number. Use it. Give her a call. Tell her what you like or don't like, what you want to see or don't see. We will work feverishly over these next 4 months. I would love to say 3, but people are going to hold us to whatever we do say. We will work as quickly as possible to take over zoning. As I've said before, we will rush, but we won't be reckless. And taking over that is a huge. And we know how important it is. I mean, most people that voted to be a city, the reason they wanted to be a city is because they wanted to have destiny about our planning and zoning. But we will rush, but we won't be reckless.
I do also want to add that in the interim, as Michael stated, our District 4 Commissioner, Monique Sheffield, has in the zone meetings every 4th Wednesday. It's a virtual meeting, so I would encourage you to log in and again, voice your opinion and concerns about any other pending planning and zoning applications that are out there. So feel free to make sure you join that and voice any concerns that you have.
I'd like to say that meeting, in the zone meeting, is this Thursday.
Oh, it's this Thursday?
Yes. And Commissioner Sheffield is very responsive to citizens. She goes over every zoning application that is in South Cobb at every one of these zoning meetings. So I don't want anyone to feel like they don't have the ability to have input on zoning in the interim before the city takes over it, because there is an opportunity to see what's coming and to voice your opinion. And it's a very interactive Zoom call. You can do it from the comfort of your home. So I would advise you to subscribe to Monique Sheffield's newsletter, or actually all the newsletters with the county. It's very informative. So,
thank you. But Councilwoman Herndon, the actual question about what can we do, we're moving forward to be able to take it over. And this resolution actually. Oh, I was saying that to her question, what are we doing? What can we do? We are doing all these things with the goal of being able to take over zoning. And the item in front of us, this resolution, actually gets us closer to that, because again, it allows us to work more closely with the county, and start to basically find out their inner workings, how they work. The better we understand how they're doing this process now will put us in a better position when we take that over. Any other discussion on this matter? Hearing none, I would like to entertain
Just a second. Quick question.
Sure.
We talk about the written request. Do we know exactly what it is that the county is going to be looking for in these requests to make sure that the businesses, we don't go back and forth with the county on these?
I think we worked through that with the software, right?
So, no, so what will happen is when a new application is submitted, the zoning has to be confirmed. And for
Right.
example, some districts will allow certain uses. So a business will come, and let's just say they're a salon. I'm just thinking of a business. Let's just say that they're a salon. We are not able at this point to look at the code and say, well, you know what? We can see from the big picture, from the general code, that salons are permitted in this area. We can do that, but what we can't do at this point, because we haven't transitioned all the documentation, is that we can't go into the conditions for that particular parcel to make sure that there were no conditions that were put on place for either the protection of surrounding businesses, the area, or et cetera, to make sure that this is not a prohibited use for this particular parcel. So
Right,
that the county would have to do the digging for.
I'm sorry, I get all that. My question is more about process. We want to make sure that new businesses that are trying to start up in this new location, whatever, understand exactly what needs to be submitted to the county for that request.
Oh, they don't need to do anything. So we've been able to work out, facilitate. They apply for the business license with you, and then we coordinate that with the county. So what we will do is we will give the county a list. There's 5, 3, however many. There's 4 new businesses this week. This is a description of what they plan to do. This is the SIC category of this business. Can you review the conditions as well as the zoning map and confirm for us that this is not going to infringe on rights that were given to surrounding properties? And they're going to do that analysis and then give us a certificate confirming that this is a fit and proper use for that particular parcel.
I wanted to make sure that that got heard. I wanted to make sure that that was understood.
So that's why I said it's part of software.
Yes,
You're
yes.
entering that information.
And then when you get your zoning director that you're soliciting for right now, your zoning director will take that role, and we'll look through the documentation and will be the voice of confirming with us that this is actually an allowable use. Which will in turn be more cost-effective and expedite the process.
Right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I would like to entertain a motion to approve this resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement with Cobb County for zoning verifications.
I'd like to enter the motion to approve this resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Cobb County for zoning verifications.
I second.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the resolution for approving IGAs with Cobb County for zoning verifications, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We will move now to item 9B for new business, which is a resolution to the General Assembly requesting authorization for an 8% hotel motel tax as consistent with neighboring Cobb County municipalities. So this is a resolution, as most of you know, that the General Assembly is in session now. One of the legislative priorities for the city was that that our hotel motel tax, the taxes that are charged to our hotel motel lodging entities here in Mableton go back to the 8% that they were previously when Cobb was, when the Mableton area was unincorporated. All of those at that point in time was 8%. It was effectively dropped to 5% when we passed our hotel motel tax ordinance last year because due to state law, a city can only charge up to 5%. In order to move it anywhere above 5, in our case 8, it takes a bill down at the Capitol. So there's a process to go through that where they have to do some things, we have to do some things. And so one of the things that we have to do is pass this resolution, basically formally requesting authorization for them to actually create a bill that will increase this. It is, I tend to think it's fairly standard. Savannah just did this last session. And again, it's seen as a tax increase simply because it was 5%, but for years and years it's been 8%, and we're just moving it right back to that. I will say that there is what happens with this tax money, and I wish we kind of had the PowerPoint because it does show a breakdown. I don't want to get in too much into the weeds here, but there's a breakdown of the different percentages that this hotel motel tax can go to. There's a certain percentage that goes into our general fund. There's a certain percentage of that is restricted specifically to tourism, promoting people to come to Mableton, to stay at our hotels, to visit our parks. And then there's a third part of that, which is dedicated, restricted funds to physical capital to be able to build things, whether it's parks, trails, museums, visitor centers. So there's a physical aspect of that we're able to capture with this 8% as well. So with that said, Madam Attorney, I'll turn it to you for any additional information about this item.
Mayor, I think you very well covered what the goal is here. And I'll just add on to that this also would make you consistent with all neighboring municipalities in Cobb.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for discussion on this matter. Hearing no discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion for resolution to the General Assembly requesting authorization for the 8% hotel motel tax.
I'll make a motion to, approve the resolution to,
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault. The General Assembly requesting authorization for the 8% hotel motel tax.
I second.
Seconded. Having a motion in second, I'd like to call to a vote. All those in favor of approving the resolution to General Assembly requesting authorization for 8% hotel motel tax, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. That has been approved. And I don't see her in the audience, but I did see Holly was here earlier, or the president. I'd like just to acknowledge the president of Cobb Tourism was here. So look forward to doing partnering with you guys as it relates to promoting our city. Thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to move to item 9C, which is a resolution establishing committees for effective governance. This item is on the agenda and is establishing mayoral committees specifically out of the mayor's office to be able to establish specific mayoral committees to be able to take on items, initiatives, if you will, separate from the CABs, which are the commissions, boards, and authorities. And I think it was brought up before, but as it relates to the actual charter, the charter is a couple of things that it lays out and permits, particularly in Section 2, which speaks to committees being a separate and distinct entity from commissions, boards, and authorities. And so I want to back up a little bit and I don't think we've ever kind of laid out what this is, because terms are used interchangeably quite a bit between commissions and boards and authorities. And the fact of the matter is it's broken out in the charter in a completely different section for a specific reason, because they're inherently different. So if we start with committees, the role of a committee and the goal of a committee is actually with very little to no power, if you will. It is to be able to look at issues, initiatives, surveys, things that bringing in expertise into helping to be able to help chart the direction, particularly in this case for mayoral committees, specific items that would need to be addressed or looked at. I think there was a couple items in the resolution that was called out around community health, which obviously is very important to wellness across the board, technology, innovation, transportation, items that are not commissions. If you notice here, we had a list of commissions out front. There are a couple other things that relates to committees as well. Committees do not have residence requirements. And there's a reason committees don't have residence requirements. It's because committees, the goal is to bring in thought leadership, to bring in expertise. And while we have a lot of experience here in Mableton, we want to be able to have expertise come in from other areas, whether it's some of our universities. As many of you know, I attended the Harvard program month before last. And there's Harvard Bloomberg Center wants to be able to send fellows down to be able to help us, to do it, look at our system of government, to be able to innovate. Just today, the Cobb County had a TAC, right, a Technical Advisory Committee. What that committee was on it was a bunch of experts from the transportation field, whether it was ARC or ARC or the Atlanta Transit, whatever that may be. So committees are specifically around that. They aren't making any decisions. They are not voting on anything as it relates to ordinances. They are there for that thought leadership and to be able to pull in thought leadership as necessary. Our commissions are a bit of a quasi-governmental element. So your commissions, as many of you hopefully picked up this sheet, I'll just read them off really quickly, is Planning Commission, Special Events, Keep Mableton Beautiful, Public Arts, Housing, Cultural and Immigrant Affairs, Environmental and Sustainability, Historic Preservation, Film and Entertainment, Veterans Commission, Veteran Affairs, Commission on Aging, Parks and Recs. These are the commissions that we continue to want people to sign up for that are going to help shape the policy and ordinances and review ordinances as it relates to the city. So as we're kind of looking at legislation, looking at policy, as it relates to housing issues, we'll be able to go to the Housing Commission and make sure that we have policies. If we're looking at Commission on Aging, we want to make sure that as we're creating legislation, as we're creating ordinances, that there's a commission there of people that specifically taking a look at senior issues and making sure that our policies and our ordinances reflect that. If you look at the boards, so right now there's a few boards that we have on the table, which would be the Board of Ethics, which will be back in front of us shortly, and the Alcohol Review Board, the Zoning Appeals Board. These boards are quasi-judicial, right? They're making decisions. They're making decisions if someone gets their business or getting their alcohol license, or if a zoning matter needs to go back in front to have a decision made. So that's a quasi-judicial type role that they have. And then the authorities. Authorities are quite different in themselves because authorities usually are quasi-governmental, but they actually sit outside of the city. They are 501c6s for any of you guys that follow the nonprofit side, much like Cobb Tourism, right? They're a C6, which means there's a board that stood up that the city helps establish, but that board actually operates autonomously, semi-autonomously from the city. They have their own funding mechanisms, right? Which again, a commission or board, and definitely a committee, is not going to have funding associated with those. So with those, the compositions for those are quite different as well. So I want to take an opportunity, so if we're talking about authorities, that's like a development authority, that is our visitor and tourism authority. These are, again, they have the ability to take out bonds, to buy property, and authorities are the only ones that actually can do that. Committees cannot do that. Commissions are not going to be doing that. And then, so this resolution specifically is about mayoral committees, specifically because of the initiatives, as I said before, that we want to make sure within the role that's been given to the mayor and in the mayor's office, specifically being the chief spokesperson of the city, and also the official spokesperson of the city, and the chief policy advocate for the city, is a way to bring in that thought leadership to ensure that as we're doing things, whether it's me as a mayor or the next mayor or the mayor after them, they have the ability to have committees to be able to bring in that thought leadership to assist in the role in doing what they need to do. This is not incumbent of all committees. As I mentioned, we have a little bit later on the discussions around the comp plan. There will be a city steering committee, right? City council steering committee, to make sure that everyone's brought forth. He says, well, committees are about about experts. Yeah. And the steering committee for the city, who's better experts about our city than us, right? So we're going to have people on that steering committee as well. So I wanted to just back up and give an overview, a very clear overview on committees, commissions, authorities, and boards, so everyone understands the differences between those. And we're not talking about circumventing anything. We're not talking about a shift of power of any sort. We're talking about the ability, as laid out in the charter and the specific rules and the duties as they're given to the mayor and to the mayor's office, specifically for mayoral committees, and then having the ability to move forward with other committees as necessary. Again, as I mentioned, the steering committee that will be coming up pretty soon. So again, if you did not get, if no one got, I think everyone got these, I emailed this out to people on the committee. If anyone that attends the meeting today has not gotten one, they're out there on the a table up front, because we want people to know what they are, the opportunities they have to get involved and be in that. But getting back to the actual resolution itself, it is to establish specific mayoral committees and to be able to move forward with that's on the table today. So with that being said, I'd like to again turn it over to our attorney before we open up to the floor to the council.
I have no additional comment, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, I'd like to open the floor to the council for discussion.
So I have a question. So the mayoral committee is an advisory committee that you will refer to in the need of subject matter experts, if you will?
Subject matter experts as it relates to the office of the mayor and the duties of the mayor. Other questions, concerns?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. I disagree with your interpretation of the difference of the committees versus boards, authorities, and commissions. What you essentially have described is an advisory board for transit, for technology, for innovation. That is what's being described. It's an advisory board, and we have a section in our charter in regards to boards and commissions and authorities. In our charter, in the section, while committees is not defined in our charter, it is actually only mentioned 2 times in the entire charter, and it's in section 2.20. But in that same section, which is the first part of the section, it says that the city council shall adopt its rules and procedure and order of business consistent with provisions in this charter. And then in section B, if it's not, I think I'm thinking of a different section. It doesn't happen in that section. Anyway, it has to be consistent with the provisions of the charter, and there are provisions in the charter in regards to board, commissions, and authorities, and defines what a commission, board, and authority is. And it's any kind of group that is for investigative purposes, quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial. We are using a group of people to advise on transit, that is investigative, and it's for the purpose of making a decision on policy, to gather expert input to make a decision that affects legislative purposes. What's being described is, in fact, an advisory board. Therefore, it must follow the charter.
Thank you for that.
My comment is also in section 2.2, where it says, all committees of the city shall be appointed in a manner determined by the city council. The city council may elect to directly appoint members of some, delegating appointments of other committees. The city council may also appoint, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it on my phone here, appoint elected officials to appoint an equal number of members to a committee. So even where our charter mentions committees, it says the city council, and what this particular ordinance is doing is taking away the ability of the city council to compose the committee, to give it directly to the mayor and the mayor's office to not only appoint or delegate, but also to determine who is no longer on the committee. So it's shifting the spirit of what the charter has said with respect to the composition of committees.
Thank you for that. I'll be brief on this, that this is not an ordinance, this is a resolution. And being very specific to that line 423, where it says, "All committees of the city council shall be appointed in the manner determined by the city council." What this resolution is asking is that the city council deem mayoral committees as appropriate. And that is exactly what this resolution is asking. It is asking the city council to, in a matter determined by, to set up the mayoral committees.
I would like to mention that under the exercise of power in section 1.14, it does bind the city council to follow all procedures and all of the things that we execute in compatibility with the charter. It's on page 9.
Mayor, I do understand your statement of saying that you're asking the city council to delegate the creation of the committee to you, but I think that we're all understanding and interpreting this differently, especially with the responsibilities of the mayoral committees. I think where the bone of contention is in the language that is being used here. And I know that Madam Attorney mentioned earlier in previous discussion about this, adjusting the language that we have in here. So it really clarifies what you want this committee to do.
So,
okay.
I would say, I think that that there's no bounds around it specifically because the charter does not put bounds around it. The charter in the section 2.2 for committees is almost specifically broad in its intent or vague in its intent, specifically because of the ad hoc nature of committees. Committees, again, remember, can be stood up, can be taken down. We talked about having a steering committee, right, or a task force. These are temporary in nature. They're not the same as boards, authorities, commissions, which will be around, in perpetuity. Committees are meant to be stood up, potentially taken down. And again, I will speak very clearly. The comparison to boards, authorities, commissions, while is very much understood, there is a reason why it sits in a completely different section of the charter. So trying to marry something in a separate section of the charter as it relates to boards, commissions, authorities to something in a completely different section that talks about committees, there's a clear understanding as to why they're in different sections because the conveners of the charter understood them to be separate things and not bound by the same reasons.
So is the operative word of contention mayor committee? Is that what the?
I mean, I'm fine with, delegating and allowing the mayor to create, his committee, but I think that a way to meet the council halfway is to let us have a say in how this mayoral committee operates. Because it's sounding like we want the mayor to be able to create it, we want him to be able to resolve it, kick officers out of it, just operate, just the mayor having the lead on the whole thing.
So for clarification, these are mayoral committees only in the office of the mayor. They are not city council committees. They are not steering committee meetings. They are not. This is solely to mayoral committees only.
I think where I have exception is because I did ask, well, what are mayoral committees? And, you kind of said it's just basically whatever it is that you need. And I think it's too broad, because, there's no limitation on what it is. And I think where my exception is, and we had a discussion already, so this is not, news, to you where I stand, is that the charter is using the city council as a collective to, create these committees. There's nothing in the charter that distinguishes a mayoral committee. It just says committee, and so when it is shifted from the council coming together, in which you're part of the council, obviously, coming together to create these committees, and then it's completely shifted just to the mayoral's office to create these committees, and there's no definition on what these committees are. Like it's unlimited, so it's kind of hard to say. Like if someone comes to make repairs to your house, and they say, well, we'll let you know what it is. It's kind of hard to write a check, to that and not know what the limitation is. So that's where I have the most. I'm not conflating necessarily. The boards and commissions with the committee, but what I clearly see in the charter that it does say the city council, not just the mayor.
Correct. And I will also say the charter specifically calls out an office of the mayor and gives the mayor a specific role to play, right, outside of the council. And all this simply does is to say the specific roles that the mayor has, the mayoral council, or sorry, the mayoral committees will be a part of helping to do that. So if we're talking about advocating policy, we're talking about being a spokesperson, it simply aids the mayor in being able to do that. That's it. Again, there's no inherent power to it. There's no voting on ordinances or even giving direct input to ordinances. That is not where commissions or where committees lie.
But isn't that what we would be using I mean, you're not just gathering information not to put it to use. It is going to influence policy in some respect.
But not in a direct way and directly to ordinances like commissions would.
So why do we need this resolution? Why, I mean, you can meet experts, you can consult with them, you can have them advise you, and you don't need to have a committee to do that.
Because we want to bring it to the floor. There's nothing not transparent about this.
So if it's bringing it to the floor to the council, then it needs to be a board, or why not make a transit board?
What is the typical protocol in our neighboring cities? Is this something that our neighboring cities do?
They're all different, but yes.
So-
How are the committees filled on these neighboring cities?
So
Is it by whole person?
There are a number of cities that I've researched that actually go out, the mayor will go out and appoint people to different types of committees.
What, can you name one, please?
Atlanta.
That's actually, I have an example with Atlanta after you're done.
So it was funny, because just recently, the mayor appointed somebody for a arts and culture committee that he had, so which is different than the commissions. My big thing is with the commissions and advisories and boards, they are people that reside inside of the city limits, and they are the people that are going to be making those decisions inside of the city limits. We need to be able to also have expertise from outside the city limits. So this gives the mayor the ability to go out there and say, hey, Mayor of Ackworth, Mayor of Atlanta, Mayor of Kennesaw, whatever, come in and just help me understand the broader picture and other ideas about how this can be done. And that becomes his committee on whatever. And he can take the knowledge that he gains from that, and he can do whatever he wants to with it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to dictate what it is that this council does. There's a difference.
A resolution isn't needed for that. There's no one stopping the mayor from having any opportunity to talk to any expert of his choosing. I don't understand why we need a resolution. And I want to address your point about Atlanta. So they codified their procedures for boards, commission, authority. It's almost the same language as ours. But in their ordinance, they use in that section committees interchangeably. It's not defined. They consider a committee to be a board, authority, and commission.
And I'll give you a short answer to that, is that we got to be careful. We got to be careful comparing different cities and different structures.
No, I agree. I think we need to stick the charter.
The city of it.
And I go back to, again, to your point about why does this need to be a resolution at all? And I think that's really the whole kind of conversation, because at the end of the day, the mayor can go out and find, anybody that he wants to come talk to and do that sort of thing, and there's no need for a resolution. However, if I want to create a District 5 committee, what is my process to do that?
I'm bringing it to the committee for resolution because as I read the charter, section 2.2, it says that it will be appointed in a manner determined by the city council. The resolution gives that authority to the mayor. As simply as that, I want to make sure that we're operating in a transparent, open environment, and that, as we bring people into the city, as we bring people into this fold to be able to help us, again, I want to make sure we're doing it in a transparent manner where people understand it's documented. It's documented because people are asking what's going on. We want to be able to show people what's happening, document the process. So with that being said, is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say again, if you would like to bring people into the city and have it documented, and their role is to, why not make an actual board?
because it's not. It's a committee which is defined in the charter.
It's not defined in the charter. We've gone over that. It's actually not. And if you go by the definition and the function of what you're proposing, it is a board.
Any other discussion?
Yes, for me, I think the hesitation for me is that this is really broad. We don't know what the exact responsibilities of the mayoral committees, and I mean, it looks like you're going to have many, and we don't have insight into the discussions, the conversations, and how those seep into the decisions that we make for the city. And we also do not have power to say, we need to dissolve this committee, because I think that's only the mayor can make that determination. So that is why I'm hesitant about having this as a resolution, as opposed to having, us council work together to create, these committees for you.
And what are the implications of us just tabling this and revisiting it again so we can have further clarity?
Yes, and that was why I
I'm just
agreed to
asking.
that, during the agenda approval. This definitely needs more discussion and conversation amongst us.
Any other discussion?
Mayor, can I clarify?
Sure.
So this is a council-created committee, so it's kind of the council giveth, the council taketh. So if you don't like the committees that are created within the same authority that you allowed this, you can remove this, because it's not a specific right or a privilege that the mayor is provided under the charter. He does have to get your permission to do this. And the question was made, okay, what are going to be the limitations as to what the mayor can do under these committees? So currently, what cannot happen under these committees is that if a committee is created, it cannot be an investigative, quasi-judicial, or quasi-legislative entity. Like, for example, I know one of the council members mentioned, okay, can I create a district committee? So the intent there, like if, I'll give an example of a district committee, a District 5 cleanup committee. They could go out and specifically focus on District 5. Cleaning up is not legislative, it's not quasi-judicial, it's not investigative. The only thing that I would caution you is that you don't want to make the term investigative overbroad to where it no longer has a reasonable definition. And by that I mean, you don't hear that police are researching whether a crime was committed, you hear that they're investigating. And that's because they are looking into a specific incident or act to find the truth. And that's basically the premise of investigation. So the mayor would not be able to create a committee if an allegation was made. Like if someone said, you know what, there's an allegation that this is happening in this part of the city, or this is happening with this, the mayor would not be able to convene a group to investigate and determine the truth, because that would be the definition of investigation. But you also want to stay within reason, and you don't want to make research the same definition of investigation, because you don't hear scientists are investigating penguins. They're researching penguins. They're looking for the truth. So they're not looking to investigate a specific act, but they're looking at materials and sources to find the truth. So the mayor's limits would be that he would not be able to create anything that would be quasi-judicial, quasi-legislative, and quasi-judicial means like your ethics board. They are acting as essentially a court body. Your Board of Zoning Appeals, they're acting as a judicial body, and then they give you a recommendation, and then you act and you make an ultimate decision. So that's what the definition of quasi-judicial is, and quasi-legislative means that if you were going to, like your comprehensive plan, the mayor would not be able to create a committee that says, I want you to look at the comprehensive plan and tell me your comments on it, because that would be quasi-legislative. They would be looking at legislation that you're about to adopt and give you recommendations. So those would be the limitations. In this current resolution, it's really impossible to discern whether it's legislative or judicial or investigative, because the specific functions are not there. So the mayor would be within the confines of this resolution, if you approved it, it would be his duty and responsibility to make sure that he is not implementing a committee that has any of those three items that are reserved under section 3.11 of your charter for boards, commissions, and authorities. And then you always would have oversight power, whether it's the mayor or whether it's another district. You would have oversight power to say, well, you know what? We think that maybe this committee you've created is delving too much into the area of investigation, because you do have research and you do have investigation, but if you make research and investigation the same thing, they're not the same thing. There are distinctions and differences, and if you make them the same thing, I think it's going to cause a level of conflict, and it's also going to cause a level of confusion. So I would just caution you to try to keep those definitions separate. And I think I do agree that maybe you should table this, because it sounds like Councilwoman it sounded like, I think 2 or 3 of you wanted, I think Councilwoman Ock too, I know, just clarification as to the limitation that this can't go into Charter Section 3.11. It can't infringe on that. So it would give me time to bring you back another version that may cater to some of the concerns that were raised today. So that would be my recommendation, if you would like me to add specific language that you can consider at a later date. Or, again, you can adopt tonight, but you can adopt it subject to that language being added.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I have a question. So if we want to create a committee for our district, does it also go in a resolution?
Yes, because you would need the council's permission. So you would just, if you come to me, shoot me an email and say, look, this is something that I would like the council's permission to do, I will form a resolution for you, and then it'll be up to the council to consider approval.
I mean, we have committees all the time. I clean up litter every week, and that's a cleanup committee. I mean, a resolution is not necessary for a committee, right?
According to this?
So you have that tricky provision under Section 220 that says technically committees are subject to the council's approval. So my recommendation would be that if you are going to call it a committee, that you always get the council's permission first.
Right.
So my second question is, what exactly would, say, a public health committee, how is it not fulfilling the function of investigative? How is it different than, say, my example when I sent the email with the planning commission? It's a group of people, they get together, they make a decision, a recommendation to give to the council to make a decision on policy. How is a group of people who come together, make a decision, and give a recommendation on transit or public health or whatever it is the mayor wishes to, how is that different? It seems to be performing the same function.
I think
But
functionality is
but
one
it's
thing.
leaving council from having representation on those advisory boards by calling it a mayoral committee. And I think that's problematic.
But again, it goes back to, in my opinion, it goes back to where they can be, where they can live, where they can be from, because they have to be inside of the city limits to be on our commissions, advisories, and boards. This committee does not necessarily have to. But I will say, I agree with the attorney and everybody else that we need to go ahead and table this, get some more clarity, make sure that we are all on the same page, understand what the reason for this is, and then.
I don't think we're going to be on the same page.
I think we can if we.
But I think that
if we
oh,
do
go
a
ahead, sorry.
couple, if we do a couple tweaks, I think we can.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can. I think it's just a matter of clearly understanding what each definition means when it comes to commissions, boards, committees, who has oversight over what. So, I mean, I agree that we should, just table this and have further discussions about it.
And again, I also think it's relevant. It makes a lot of sense that you have this ability to have these things. I just don't think that before we go and have a deeper discussion about the commissions, authorities, and boards, I think this was too soon. We need to push it till after we have that discussion, and then we can come back to this again with more clarity.
And what sort of implications if we delay it? Are there any implications at all? It's just providing us with further clarification when we do it.
Yeah, well, I guess it would depend on if there are certain things that the mayor might need research on sooner than later. I think that kind of speaks to Councilwoman Ock's question. What is the, like, I know you were asking what is the distinction. So like if we take the public health component, if the mayor is asking, if he creates a public health committee and he says, you know what, we've had a number of residents get cancer. I need you to find out if this particular company or if this particular environmental source is causing this for Mableton residents. That would be an investigation. There is an allegation that something is happening and people have been convened to investigate and come to a conclusion. If the mayor formed, and that would, you would require to do that within the confines of Section 311. Now, if the mayor formed a public health committee and he said, can you go out, can you talk to residents, and can you find out what are the health issues that are mostly impacting Mableton? That would not be an investigation. That would be research. That would be gathering data. That would be talking to people. And then that would be using that data to, for whatever purpose you use data for, but it wouldn't be an investigation. So I think those are two of the distinctions. So the onus would be on the mayor to just make sure that whatever committee he creates within your authority, it doesn't go into the bounds of Section 311, but that would be any of the council members. If you created, beautification committees for your district, or if you, I know different districts might have needs that are specific to that district. So whatever committee you might create, the onus would be on each of you if you ever decide to create committees to stay within those bounds. And the onus would also be on the mayor and council if they feel that the mayor or someone else is not staying within those bounds, to have those discussions. And if you think that it's encroaching too far, going from research or whatever else into the investigative, quasi-judicial, legislative realm, for you to have the authority to shut the committee down.
I'll give you an example right now, since community health, public health is brought up. Tomorrow, we have the point in time homeless count that's going on. And as of right now, Mableton is not in the mix at all. If I had a community health board or community health committee, I would have already made sure that the city, the residents, were going to be represented tomorrow, whether it was gathering volunteers, where it was getting the word out about it, where it was talking with the Center for Family Resources to make sure that that we were represented. Right now, we're not represented. We absolutely are not. So the idea of the committees and what they can do, and we talk about being, on one side we're standing up a new city, and there's things that we have to do. The other side is, it was, 15 degrees last week, right? We talk about affordable housing. We talk about issues that's going on. There's got to be action taking place, and every action does not take place within the confines of an ordinance. It has to start somewhere, right? So these committees are vitally important, and I talk about our commissions and our authorities. I've talked about them a lot, and I want to get them stood up. But we also need some committees in place, because right after this very next section, we're going to talk about our comp plan, which we need to get started on, right? And what do we need for a comp plan? A committee. We're going to need a steering committee, right? So the need to have these committees up and running, or at least being out there to be able to know what's going on, like you said, do research, to be engaging and finding out and bringing experts into what we're doing as a new city. Like I said, I mean, there's fellows at Harvard University right now that could come on board, and some people say, oh, well, you just go ahead and do that anyway. Well, if we're sticking by the charter, the charter would say there's a resolution, which is in front of us now. So as a compromise, I'm more than happy to say that, this resolution could be entertained with the specific, very specific language that it does not go over to Section 311, which is in the territories of boards, authorities, commissions. And if it does, it's subject to the revocation of the city council at any given time. I think that's an adequate compromise that allows us to move forward, but also keeps the confines of any committees, not just the mayoral committees, but any committees from veering over into the language of commissions, boards, and authorities, but allows us to move forward in some things that we need to do with the city.
Madam Attorney, did the description that the mayor just gave about a homeless count, is that not investigative? It sounds like he's saying it's something different, but he's describing an investigative, it should be a board or a commission or an authority. Even the example he's given, that is why I am not favorable to this resolution.
I said the committee would know about it, could inform people about it, could make sure that people take part in it. Nothing about that is investigative.
Well, I could give you an example of a very investigative homeless topic. That is actually what's happening with several of the states where there's allegation that homeless people are being paid and provided tickets to relocate to other jurisdictions. That would be investigative to research and see if there's any truth or accuracy to that. I think if people are going out and gathering data to see if homelessness is a major problem for Mableton, if there are resources that are available for homelessness, I would not consider that an investigation. I would consider that research and data gathering.
Can we add
But
something?
the good thing is that the council ultimately picks, if a quorum of you agree that it's going into the investigative realm, then you have the ability to remove that specific committee.
It seems we already have contention on what is defined as investigative. So I see it's already happening before it's even been approved. That's why I think it's going to be problematic.
Then you bring it back in front of the council.
Yeah,
Any other discussion?
Yes, I was going to ask if we can add something about visibility into the activities of these committees.
Well, all of their documentation would be public records. There would be nothing, well, I'm not going to say nothing, because if they provide, obviously, their addresses and telephone numbers, then the Open Records Act does not require that we give out people's private information, so there would be a certain level of confidentiality, but unless it fits something under the Open Records Act for non-disclosure, all of these documents and records could be public. And then, we can also put a second provision, because we have one provision about making sure that it doesn't exceed the bounds and confines of 311, and the council having the authority, just clarifying and make it known that you have the authority to, if you think it infringes, or for any other reason. You don't have to give a reason. If you remove a committee, you don't have to tell the public, I've removed it because we think it's going into the bounds, or we removed it because we think even the meetings are getting rowdy. You don't have to give any reason for, why you're removing a committee. You can remove it at any meeting that you convene. We can put a second provision in there that says that, goodness, can you define a little bit more of what you're trying to capture?
I think we, again, need to couch, go back, look at how we wrote the resolution, and then come back. I'm saying not February 14th, but in our February meeting after we've had our February 7th commissions, advisories, and boards meeting, and we've done that, and we've gotten, and we get more clarity around how we want this written.
Yeah.
We're not going to be talking about committees in that CAB meeting, just
understand.
FYI.
I understand.
Any other
And so
discussion?
what you were saying was inputting a provision, and once those provisions have been, it's been changed, then we can go ahead and submit a motion to be able to approve for the mayoral committees. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I'll recap what I thought Councilwoman was saying.
Okay.
I thought she was saying that she wants a level of transparency, an assurance that there will be a level of transparency. Is that-
Correct, yes.
Yeah, you can adopt it subject to me including that provision, that upon request of any council member, the mayor will cause for information or the materials to be provided to that council member.
Again.
And actually, I'll put the mayor and/or city manager, because when you do get a city manager, that would be the responsibility of.
Again, I'm saying couch it. Let's
Is that a motion?
get all the stuff to put in there that we want to put in there, make it what we want it to be, and then bring it back.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And how is that any different than what we're talking about right now, if we can have the provisions? Because my concern is I don't want to kick this down the road.
My thing is, we're making a high-level kind of statement I can put a provision in about this, I can put a provision in about that. I'd like to see the provision being placed in the resolution as it will read, so that we can read through and just have all the clarity in the world that we need.
And in case there are any alibi questions, things like that, then we can address it at that time and then come back, as long as there aren't any significant adverse implications by delaying it.
And also giving the council some sort of power, because what I see here is the mayor, at the sole discretion to remove members, to set this up, to name them, to do this and that. So having the council also be able to contribute to the creation of the committees, I think would be helpful, just so we know, what their responsibility is going to be and why we're creating them.
So for example, prior to their creation, for the council to be provided notice?
I think that visibility would be good.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, is there a motion on the table?
I'm going to make a motion that we couch this until we put the provisions in there and we write the resolution the way that we want to write it, with all of the information that everybody wants. And yes.
I second.
All in favor of parking item, what are we, 9C, until a new version of the resolution can be created? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I oppose.
I oppose as well, 2 oppositions. The ayes carry, this will be parked. Thank you. So this takes us to item 10A, which is about the City of Mableton Comprehensive Plan and Scope of Work. What's before us today in this is a RFQ, it's a request for qualifications that's been created. That will be our comprehensive plan for what we're calling Mableton 2045. This RFQ is basically going to be, it basically lays out the need for, or the search to have qualified companies be able to submit their qualifications to be able to present a statement of work and a plan for us as to how we can do our comprehensive plan. I think most of you know the comprehensive plan is a cornerstone for any city, but specifically with Mableton being a new city, we have to have a comprehensive plan. There has been multiple different plans, assessments that's been done over the last 10, 12 years, but we must do a comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan, as I've said plenty of times before, is a costly endeavor. The cost of that could be up to $500,000. It's also something that can potentially take a year. As a matter of fact, I think we're calling for this to be completed in April of 2025, if I'm not mistaken. So we understand this is quite the endeavor. The object of this is being able to send out, again, this RFQ to several known companies that can do this work and to be able to get a bid back. Now, this is a fast-track process because we need to get this done. We need to get this started very quickly. We've talked about it for a while. We put provisions in our spending plan to get this started. There's dates in here, but they will obviously have to shift as we leave out of here tonight. But I wanted to bring this to the council to ensure that people had an opportunity to take a look at this this request for qualifications. If anything felt that should be added to it. Basically what it does is it calls out the need for a full comprehensive city plan, which incorporates many aspects within the scope of work as it relates to community goals, needs and opportunities, community work programs, broadband services, economic development, land use, housing, transportation, environmental sustainability, historic preservation, cultural resources, character aspects, certain special use areas, and future land use areas. It does call out several specific areas in the comprehensive plan, at least in this RFQ. And so with that, I think I just want to open the floor for comments or questions. And you see the statement of work in a lot of ways does mirror some of the commissions, because again, the comprehensive plan puts into play and codifies some of the stuff that our commissions will be doing for years to come. And again, it's called Mableton 2045 because typically that's exactly how far out reaching we're looking when creating comprehensive plans. So with that, Madam Attorney, I don't know if you have anything to add before we open to the floor.
Yeah, and because this is such a substantial step towards the future planning and development for the city, my recommendation would be that you just get authorization from the council through the discussion that you've put on the agenda tonight.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about the RFQ or the process they're within?
I have two questions, Mayor. Number one is how do we plan to make this available to the public, like advertisement?
The RFQ itself, the RFQ can be posted to our website, but as part of, so I want to conflate the actual process with the creation of the plan. So I mentioned earlier that there would be a steering committee that would be formed. Again, we will come back as a body and we will determine what that composition of that plan would be. My expectation is there will be a resolution for that. We'll create a city plan, and then whoever we choose to execute the comp plan, there will be public hearings around it where people have several opportunities. As the plan takes place in sections, if you will, or in phases. So throughout that process, there will be public hearings, there will be vision boards, there's surveys, there's a multitude of opportunities for people to have input as we go through this process.
Okay, thank you. And that's a great segue to my second question. Who will be responsible for reviewing all of the RFQs and ultimately making a decision once we get them?
Council will. Yeah. I mean, as we move forward so the way this is laid out, there's a process, depends on the number of people who respond, right?
Right. Yeah.
So there's response to the RFQ, and then there's an assessment. The RFQ is, the reason you ask for an RFQ instead of an RFP is that you want the best qualified people.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So we ask for requests for qualifications, and then based on that, the best company will be notified, depending on how many people respond back. There's a short list, if we have a short list. And if there's an interview portion in here as well, if we have additional questions to ask, we could have them interview, and then we make an award.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a question. It's probably a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. On page 3 of 7, project branding, it says consultant will develop a project brand package, includes product logo, color scheme, et cetera, et cetera. Are we not doing like a contest for our city seal and stuff?
We are, but what happens with comp plans, they have a life of their own. Comp plans will have their own logo, they will have their own branding. You will know when it says Mableton 2045, you will know that's what that is. So that's what that relates to.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments?
Can I clarify for Councilwoman Ock? So this approval will not commit you to anything that's in the request for qualification.
Right.
It will just let the vendor know that this is something that you may be asked by the council, but what they actually do once you select a vendor will be a second process, and that will come before you before a proposed agreement.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Any other discussion? If there's no other discussions, I mean, coming out of this discussion, I'd like to be able to go ahead and move forward and send this, update some of the dates around this. I think right now the distribution date is passed by 2 days. So to make sure we give potential vendors time to respond, I'll just update the distribution date change. The goal was to have a firm, to be able to come back on February 14th with a firm. I would love to hold to that date so we can move forward in getting started. But, you know, as we crunch time, that gets a little bit harder. But with that said, I would like to have the approval to go ahead and send this RFQ out to known companies that do this work within Atlanta metro area and potentially beyond. And I know, Madam Clerk, you had some companies as well that you had discussed.
Yes, I know of some that Brookhaven did. Mhm.
Thank you.
And there's also a state website where we can publish this too.
This is true. All right, if there's no opposition out of this discussion, I will move forward with updating the dates and sending out the RFQ by Monday, or no later than Monday.
Okay, I mean, this isn't a vote, so.
No, just
that makes
what
sense.
we're going to
Let's
do.
get it out there. Let's get it started.
Thank you for that. All right.
Well,
so,
Mayor, could you actually just make a formal vote?
yeah,
just so
I
you
can. Sure.
have on the record that the council approves this.
With discussion being completed, I would like to entertain a motion that would allow me to move forward with modifying the date and sending out the RFQ.
I would like to entertain a motion to allow the mayor to modify the date of the City of Mableton Comprehensive Plan scope of work and request for qualifications.
A second.
Well, can we not limit it to the date, because it needs to, I kind of just got it, so I mean, I'm going to do proofing and help them, you know, just vet, and so I would just say a request for qualification for the comp plan, just so we have the flexibility to modify and tailor this.
I motion to approve the qualification for the comp plan.
Thank you.
And I second.
Having a motion being made and seconded, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of allowing the mayor to send out the comprehensive plan, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Hearing no nays, the ayes have it. We will work on getting that out to to vendors. All right, so this takes us to the next item of discussion, was update on GERMA and a retirement plan, which is the elements that Madam Clerk will present as it relates to our package, our benefits package to our staff. Madam Clerk.
Yes, as you stated, Mayor, I have sent memos to the council, so I'll just briefly go through this. It was also in the agenda packet. It's sort of like housekeeping things that we're having to do. First of all, we need insurance, so I just updated the council that I had sent in an application to GERMA, which is a company, part of the GMA process, and it's for property and liability insurance. They're reviewing the application. Of course, we don't have a building, we don't have vehicles, there's a lot we don't have, but we do really need to start getting liability, because we're starting to hire people and make decisions that affect a lot of things, so we need our liability in place. So that's working in process. We are happy to say we have workers' comp now. Premium's been paid, and we also, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we have our life and accidental death and optional life, short-term disability, health insurance, vision, and dental. So we do have a lot that's happened, but we still have a ways to go. We are starting to hire and talk to people, and well, not hired, we're interviewing and advertising. And so we need to start looking at a retirement plan and other things that we need, as just like any other company, such as what is our annual leave and sick leave going to be, our long-term disability, maybe offer an employee assistance program or flexible spending account and stuff like that. So that's still out there, but I just wanted to update the council of what we had done so far. And I know it's getting late, so the most important thing is we have to start looking at a retirement plan when we start hiring. Probably more seasoned people, they're going to want to know more about the retirement plan. And so the GMA, under their GMEPS program, does offer the traditional pension plan, which is a great thing for governments to have. That's one of the perks of working in government is the pension plan. But they also offer the traditional 401A, where the employer can put money into it for the employee. And then they have, of course, the traditional 457, where the employee can put money in and save, and it's tax deferred. So this is all offered through GMA, and or their arm of the GMEDS program. But we have to know if we want that pension plan, that traditional, they call it defined benefit, we need to know the elements of our, what we're offering in that pension plan, like how long do you have to work here? 5 years, 10 years to be fully vested? What's early retirement age? Just different things like that. You have to have a benefit multiplier. So I have given the council all this information for them to look at, and it really is coming down, let's see, I need direction, we need direction. Number one, do we solely go with GMA and their retirement programs? Because they are willing to work with us, because we don't know how many employees we have, we don't know how old they are when we do hire them, we don't know anything. How long is it going to be when they retire? So GMEDS of the GMA arm says we can do a cost study based on an average salary supplied by the city, and we could take an average age from our existing plans in order to cost out a plan. They can also determine the plan details in order to complete the study. The other thing would be is if the city comes up with a percentage of payroll that we would keep the cost at, and then they can give us let us know how much each retirement plan is going to cost us. So it's very important for the council to first, number one, decide if they want to go with GMA to do that. Do they want a defined benefit, your traditional pension plan? Do you want a 401A plan? Do you want a 457 plan? Or do you want to offer one of each, like a defined benefit and a 457? And you have to consider the elements of the defined benefit. And of course, it will, to get it all up and running, for her to do the cost study and let us know what it is the city has to pay. It will be $2,500 for them to do all the analytics and talk to their actuaries and do the cost studies. So I'm just asking council to start giving direction on that, because to get it started, it's going to be like a two-month timeline for any retirement plan, and then we're starting to start higher. So I don't know if you want to give direction today. Just go with GMA, or do you want to, but regardless, you need to look at all of that so you can compare apples to apples with any other broker or company. So if you want GMA to go ahead and start running numbers. So.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
As an aside, did we ever get any other quotes from insurance companies from the last time we went?
No, nobody responded. Nobody was interested.
Yeah.
So the only person that, GMA has been the only,
GMA's been the only one that's out there for us right now in this situation that we're in. Even on offering the property and liability insurance and workers' comp.
I mean, and doing anything that you just got done saying doesn't tie us down for X number of years.
No, you can always change it.
So, I mean, the situation we're in right now, it sounds like we don't really have all that much choice. So we need to go and start getting quotes from GMA so that we know what that looks like and we can get started on that process.
Okay, I'll bring the finance accountant in to help with that.
Yes.
Okay. And are you more interested in the defined benefit, which my recommendation is the defined benefit and a 457 to start off with, because you're probably looking at seasoned employees that have worked in cities previously, and they probably have that. I mean, I'm one of them. Of course, I'm going to like it, but And you need to decide, like, you want to be vested in 5 years or 7 years. There might be a city and all this stuff that I gave you that you can look at and want to pattern after them. Like maybe Smyrna, they have the defined benefit. Ackworth has the defined benefit, and I think they might be 6 years or 7 years for vesting.
Is there a specific cost associated with administering that for?
That's what she runs that study on. They will run the study on what our projected numbers are, and they'll say, that's going to be 8% of your payroll that you're going to have to put in that plan for your employees. Or they'll say it's 9%. But they have to do the study and run the numbers to let you know what that cost is. And then you'll have to start budgeting it.
Right.
But they will run the study and let us know how it all will work.
We need to get the estimate, so if GMA is the only one, we need to go there.
They are the only one.
Do we need a motion or just say go with GMA?
If they're going to pick GMA tonight, they're going to need a motion.
If you want to just go totally with GMA to run the numbers on these plans, do you want defined benefit and 457 to start off with? You can add the 401 later.
I would say
Okay.
yes.
Our attorney thinks we should do a motion then.
Wait, so are you asking for them to approve GMA to be the servicer tonight?
Yeah.
To run the
Or
numbers
just to give them
and
estimates?
to run the numbers and provide the service.
Oh, yeah,
right?
if they're going to provide the service, the council would need to approve that.
I do have a
Right.
quick question. If GMA does all three, is it the same price? I mean, like if
No,
we
it
do
would
the
be,
401,
it would be different because on a 401A or K, you are going to put some money in it for your employee. So, yeah, there would be different amounts. And you have to decide if you want your, or you're just going to provide all of that. So, she's got to have a what to run, so maybe you want, 2 or 3 of you want to.
Yeah, I mean, can we have a recommendation? I mean, what they recommend and what most cities do? While also keeping in mind that we have to be competitive when it comes to choosing these benefits, especially with the hiring market right now.
Now, with the life and health, the mayor did a lot of studying and looked at the cities, and he picked a comparable plan that was similar to the better cities. Do you want to do that, or you all want to decide, or?
Yeah, can we do a benchmark with other cities to see what they're offering?
Well, that's in all this information.
Oh, okay.
We've already done that.
Yeah. This book that I sent you has all the cities that are with this program and what they're doing. So you can just go down this and you can tell and maybe pick the better ones if you want to be the best of the best, or.
Yeah.
As it relates to personnel.
Oh, what? They gotta pick one of these, which one else?
To run the numbers? Or you authorize the mayor to. Yeah, because them doing that tonight is not going to be practical.
Yeah, we can do that.
Can you authorize the mayor, or maybe the mayor and pro tem, or 2 or 3 to come up with one of the cities that you would like to pattern after?
I think we could have further discussion in executive session for personnel and
Yes,
and
this
talk
is
about what.
compensation and benefits.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of question about who we go with. I think it's going to be pretty simple. Let's figure out what that is and get the numbers, right? Because again, as we are in this process of interviewing and looking at bringing people on, those are going to be determining factors if people decide to actually come here and work.
It's to be
So
competitive,
I really don't want to put this off any further. We get the numbers. And here's the thing, the numbers are what they are. Like, there are no other, we're not picking this versus some other company, the numbers are going to be what they are. It's more advantageous to us to move forward, and so that as we are, again, hiring people, they feel comfortable about coming to work at our city. So with that said, I think I would like for us to entertain a motion to be able to go to GMA, to GERMA, and get these specific quotes based on comparable numbers from cities that we already have. Will that work?
I think Councilwoman Jeffcoat said she wanted to talk in executive
Oh,
session.
you
I
want to,
believe that
before
she
we?
said.
Okay, all right, fine. So since this is a discussion item, we can just hold off on that and speak specifically about that. All right, so any other discussion now on that? Anybody? No? All right, hearing no other discussion on that, we're going to close out the discussion and move to item 11, which is the city attorney comments.
No comments, Mayor.
Item 12, Madam Clerk, do you have any comments?
No additional comments.
Thank you. Takes us to item 13, which is city council comments. Councilman Davis, do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, since I've been kind of quiet all night, yeah, I just want to say that it always does me good to see the faces I see, the number in attendance here. That shows that you're really concerned about the city and the community. What I want to say, though, is this city is approximately just over 7 months old, and believe me, I hear all of the concerns. I really do. What we must be mindful of, or I think we should be mindful of, is that Rome wasn't built in a day, and that although the concerns are, there are a multitude of concerns in this city, and I agree. I drive this city most every day. I've been where a lot of people, I know what it's like to work 2 jobs and still not have enough at the end of the month to pay my mortgage. I really do. But I would say at the same time, remember that in 7 months, without a transition team, we have done quite a bit. In terms of getting this started, we don't have all of our personnel in place yet. We don't even have a building yet, but we're still moving forward. So I would say be patient with us. We can't, if we could, I'm sure everyone on this council, including the mayor, would part the sea if we could right now for the city of Mableton. But we can't right now, but we are going to work to make it the best that it can be. So we need to, I would say, be patient. Everyone on the council and the mayor and the staff, we hear what's being said here, but pardon my pun, but we're not Jesus Christ, and we can't see in quickly. But we will get there if we all work together. If we all work together. So just bear that in mind, and we're going to do the best we can possibly do to make this city the best it possibly can be for everyone. And I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Councilman Oladapo.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. I second everything you said. I know we've had a packed agenda tonight, so I'm not going to hold you up any further. I just want to thank you all for coming tonight. It's a great turnout. So hopefully we can keep the same energy. Let's keep getting involved. That's the only way we can get things done. And I also want to congratulate Cub Library. My son and I, we utilize the library a lot, and he loves their toddler story time and the play dates that we go to. So we are a huge fan of that. I think Ms. Joe has already left, but I just wanted to thank all of the employees for all of the hard work that they've done this past year and, ever since the library was created. Well, I'm not going to hold you up any further. Thank you so much for coming tonight, and I do hope you have a safe travels back home.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you again for being here. I second everything that Ron and Demi have said. First, as As a kickoff to Black History Month in the next few days, I do want to recognize the impactful contributions of Atlanta's own Dr. King. Last week, we commemorated his birthday, which is a reminder that we all have to continue to not just dream, but to live his dream. There are a lot of opportunities in our community to be of service, so let's continue to take the proactive steps to contribute, to be engaged, and to help those who are disenfranchised, those who are faced with inequities and economic inequalities within our community. Monica is here constantly advocating for District 2, so we need to make sure that we are actively engaged. We all want a more equitable and just society. So please, let's just get involved and remember the words of Dr. King. Everybody can be great because everybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love. So if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving. We, as the city here of Mableton, we have to keep moving. And like my pastor would say, we have to move 2020 forward. There's been some negative rhetoric reported about our city, especially with the mayor and all this and the city council, but it is a distraction, and we have to stay focused on 2020 forward. We have our commissions, our authorities, our boards, and committees. So if you have a heart to serve and a willingness to make this a great city, go on our website at mableton.gov, follow the City of Mableton on Facebook. You can also follow me, Councilwoman Jeffcoat, on Facebook, as well as my Instagram, Keisha from Mableton. I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the King family. The passing of Dr. King's youngest son, Dexter King, on Monday, February 22nd, is a profound loss. He dedicated himself tirelessly to carrying forward his father's legacy, and the nation has lost a remarkable steward. My thoughts and prayers go to his wife, Leah, Dr. Bernice King, Martin Luther King III, and the entire King family during this difficult time. And then lastly, last week I had the opportunity to speak on behalf of the city at the groundbreaking for the new Cobb Workforce Center. I'm proud to say that the new center will be located in my district off of Mableton Parkway. It's a $4 million investment in our community, and they will renovate the old Mableton Fire Station into the second Workforce Development Center in Cobb County. They will provide job placement assistance, skills development training, career counseling, and initiatives to connect job seekers with qualified employers and empower them at every stage of their professional journey. And they will also assist and support small business owners. It's slated to open summer 2024, and I just want to thank Sonia and Cobb Work staff and board members, in addition to all the community partners and stakeholders who were able to make this possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Ott.
I'm pretty tired, so I don't have any comments tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Ferguson.
Good evening. Let me just start by reiterating that life happens. My apologies for being a little bit late and not being able to talk with folks before. My daughter and her basketball team is the #1 seed in the Metro 10 tournament. Tonight was the semifinal game. I was only able to stay for the first half, but I did hear that they won 40-15. So, yeah. And the finals are on Friday. So this week has been crazy, crazy busy for me because as a girl dad, it's my duty to support her whenever and wherever. But outside of anything we've also discussed tonight, can I just say that I'm proud to have Riverside Epicenter in the city of Mableton. Yes. Now we have to get the location changed on Google to Mableton, but that's a whole different conversation, just like the conversation about the United States Postal Service. But again, different conversation. So this is our city, and the Epicenter just celebrated 10 years of service a couple weeks ago, with amazing events. And if you aren't connected with them, catch up. They are an esteemed, safe, premier Christian cultural destination where life is celebrated, wellness is promoted, and awesome family-friendly events can be hosted. I attended the job fair with companies from all over the metro and, of course, Mableton. Then my wife and I attended that concert that evening, and it was off the chain. She loves live music, and that was truly a great experience. So if you know of any other live music spots, just let me know so I can have date nights scheduled for 2024. Anyway, and something to understand about me, I don't play about my wife or my daughter. So to know that I brought both of them down here to the epicenter with no reservations, it's a safe place. But to be honest, on city council meeting nights, the epicenter is probably the safest place to be in Cobb County, thanks to the illustrious Cobb County Sheriff's Department here with us. Yes, please give it up for our Cobb County Sheriff's Department. Now, as the ex-mayor pro tem in District 5, Councilman, first let me say I support Keisha Jeffcoat as our mayor pro tem for the 300+ days. In 2025, we will have a conversation though. But for now, I am all in favor of her appointment. Let me say I'm competitive, and winning a unanimous vote last year did me well, but not being nominated this year didn't squelch my spirit. And as Muhammad Ali once said, I don't lose, I either win or I learn. There's obviously, Councilwoman Jeffcoat is great people, and like she did with the Cobb Works ribbon cutting, she will represent our city very well. And shout out to Sonia Grant, Cobb Works CEO, and our Cobb County Commissioner, Monique Sheffield, for bringing Cobb Works into our city. They have a great location coupled with great Cobb Works services, and will do the city of citizens of Cobb County and Mableton very well. But what I want to point out is I've talked with Cobb Works about things we need for the city, code enforcement, zoning, those sorts of things, and they're ready to help. So they're, as we talk about partners versus people who are just taking up space, they're a partner, and they want to partner with us. So that's going to be a wonderful thing for us. I've had the honor to meet and interact with some amazing people, and look forward to continuing that trend going into year 2 of being elected to the city council. And I appreciate all of you for your commentary. Even if you don't live in District 5, I consider all living in Mableton to be my constituents. So I digress, but please know, citizens of Mableton, I've had the honor to speak with Sheriff Owens and Chief Van Hooser, who both want nothing but safety and success for our city. And we have an expectation of allowing them to be successful in their jobs. So again, give it up for Cobb County Sheriff's Office one more time. They're outside, let them hear you. Also know that this is an extremely transparent city council, which Councilwoman Ock always ensures. So if you have any questions, reach out. Utilizing the MGJ and other things to badmouth us in our efforts does not really unite the city. Showing up to these meetings, showing up to the CAB meeting on February 7th, talking with your council members, that's what unites the city, and that's what we need much more of. Please know, citizens of Mableton, all of our meetings are open to the public, and we welcome your presence. You being here, attending online, asking to be involved, fulfills what a number of us ran on in our individual elections. And that is the betterment of the citizens of Mableton and fulfilling the charter we are all concerned with for this city. We want to hear from you and welcome your comments. As the current webmaster, I know that's an old term, of Mableton.gov. I've seen all of your comments about the city, business licenses, etc., and welcome those interactions. No, we don't have a chat bot sitting behind answering your inquiries. That's really me. As we aren't perfect by no stretch of the means, but does each member care about the city called Mableton, whoever their constituents are? 100%. So please keep your comments and conversations coming. It makes us a stronger city and a stronger city council. Thank you.
All right, you know, it's funny, I always have to come behind TJ, and he usually speaks for all of us at one time. So I'm going to just say thank you for coming tonight. Everyone be safe going home, and that's it.
I think most of what needs to be said. Most of what needs to be said has been said. I do want to let you guys know early on, a lot of questions about the city and our growth and what we're doing, and I still get asked weekly about what we're doing about police and fire. And I can tell you, I speak with Mike Register, who is the public safety director, our chief, police chief Van Hooser, and obviously Sheriff Craig Owens on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, since we've been here, I've gotten 2 text messages from the police chief. Nothing that was too bad, so, but he literally really keeps us plugged in on what's going on. So I want to commend him, as has been mentioned before, about working to continue to keep the city safe. And, you know, discussions, quite frankly, that I've had around public safety is ensuring that people know and understand the city of Mableton is a safe place to live overall, as a whole. And it's something that we have to continue to talk about ourselves. It's something we have to continue to project, because people are looking and watching. And as we talk about business development, economic development, people watch. You know, and if there's people that even take a moment to say that they're scared or it's a dangerous place, I think we have to put that in context, right? This is not an ivory tower by no means, but Mableton is a safe place to live. So that conversation with the police chief and the public safety director will continue, and we're looking at having a town hall, I think, specifically to talk about some of that, so we can start to work on, you know, fact, fiction, myth, and reality about where we stand from a public safety perspective. I'll echo the job fair that we had, that the city mainly, that my EA Lily took part in to help make that happen in conjunction with Cobb Works. So thank you to Sonia, to her team, to Lily, to Dr. Boyd, actually, for helping to make that happen. I was here, like several of us were, and lots of excited people about not only jobs that we had as a city, but just fostering the employment opportunities throughout our area. I also want to make note that I want to say at the end of last week, I attended the 92nd Annual Winters Conference for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I was one of 6 mayors from the state of Georgia that actually attended. The committees was around homelessness and housing, technology, economic development, a lot of work on P3, which is public-private partnership, which our neighbor right to the east of us, the Mayor Andre Dickens, is the national chairman for the public-private partnership. And so we're right next door to you guys. So I'm trying to ensure that we're working with him and at least gleaning kind of things that are happening. And as activity kind of continues to happen in the city of Atlanta, that we're able to take advantage of that here, right? You know, I'll say this again, is that Mableton had the single largest home value increase in the entire state of Georgia this past year, right? In the entire state. That means a lot of different things to a lot of people. But as I said before, like that really means the secret's out, right? People know Mableton's here. But it also means that breeds confidence. People have confidence in spending more money here because we are here, because you're here as a city. We have to understand what that power means, right? And as we start to look at planning and zoning, as we look at economic development, we have to harness that in a smart way. We also have to make sure that we're not leaving people behind, right, as housing values continues to increase and go up. And that was some of the most important things that I gathered at that conference, and was able to talk to resources and companies and nonprofits that want to come here and help, right? So as I look for expertise, and as I ask to be able to assemble people, not only from around Metro Atlanta, but I mean nationally, I want to make sure that we're bringing people that have the skill sets, to have the wherewithal, and that truly want to help us. Last thing I will say is that I made the comment, I think, towards the last meetings of last year, when I said the world of the nation, the eyes of the nation are on us, they're watching. While I was at the conference, I had the pleasure of speaking with Mayor Bass, who is the current mayor of the city of Los Angeles. And I introduced myself to her, and I had met her briefly a couple of years ago, but I introduced myself to her, and she says, "Oh yeah, I know who you are. You're that mayor of the new city in Georgia, right? You're that city that has a lawsuit against you." And I'm flabbergasted, right? Literally, the mayor of one of the largest cities in this country, who happens to be on the other side of the country, is aware of what's happening here in Mableton. Is literally keeping up with what's going on and what we're doing. So when I literally said the eyes of the nation and the world are on us, that was validation that indeed that's what's going on. So continue to think about that. You know, we're not in a vacuum, right? We're operating in a major metropolitan area. So, and with that, we're almost 80,000 people. We're, I think, the 12th largest city in the state. So, and soon to be 100, I like that. So as we're talking and working through items, I urge all of us, we're almost 100,000 people. We are a large city in the state, which comes with responsibilities there within. We're going to have to act like it. We're going to have to move with some pace, and we're going to have to get things done. I'm working my ass off, and that's of no detriment to anybody else, right? I want all of us to, and in your own special way, whatever way that is, profound amount of respect for everybody that's on this council, and for those of you that continue to show up. Keep speaking your voice, keep doing your whatever you can to make the city better. Get involved with us in what we're doing, providing the platforms through these commissions, boards, and authorities and committees to get involved. So please take us up on that. And with that said, thank you, everybody. I do appreciate it. So I think I'll move us into item 14's executive session, which I think we've tabled something specifically for executive session. So with that, I will entertain a motion to move into executive session for litigation, real estate, personnel, and exemptions.
I make a motion to move into executive session for litigation, real estate, personnel, and exemptions.
Thank you. Thank you. Being so moved and seconded, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of moving into executive session for litigation, real estate, personnel, and exceptions, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We'll move into executive session. For those of y'all who will not be staying with us, thank you for attending, and we will see you at our next meeting. Thank you.
We'll do that after executive session.
All right, thank you everyone for staying with us while we were in executive session. I would like to call or entertain a motion to take us out of executive session.
A motion to remove us from executive session.
Second.
So moved, being second, call for a vote. All those in favor of closing executive session, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing no opposition, ayes have it. We'll close out of executive session. I think there's one matter that's on the table for us. Was it? Yeah, I think the item that we had for 10B, which is a discussion item, but we did want to capture a vote for being able to move forward with that. So at this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to be able to move forward with the Gurma retirement plan.
Mayor, I move that we authorize the mayor to approve a cost study and retirement benefit package offered by the Georgia Municipal Association.
I second.
Thank you. Being moved and seconded, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of moving forward with the items that were in discussion 10B related to the update of Gurma and retirement plan, to allow the mayor to move forward with that, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no nays, the ayes have it. Thank you for that. We move forward with the Gurma and retirement plan, and I think that takes care of all the business that we have before us today as a council. Anyone have any comments before I call for adjournment? Hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. We stand adjourned. Thank you.